Turn the music down a little bit here. There we go. Is the music still a little loud? It's kind of loud to me. Let me turn it down a little bit more. My audio is kind of loud. Maybe that's what it is. All right. Cool. So, I had an idea, an awful, terrible, terrible idea, to make a Jeopardy clone or a Jeopardy game. Let me switch to. There we go. I'll talk directly to the people. All right. So, the cat is in the room with me here, so if I have to get up and let him out at some point during the thing, I will. So there is a, what would you call it? It's using the wrong camera here. Sorry. Here we go. All right. So I did some digging. I thought it'd be kind of fun. I made a Twitch bot that responds to things that people type in the chat. We did that on the stream recently, and I did a follow-up, kind of refactoring it and everything. So I wanted to find like some interesting things that we can do, something different. So I came across this. I can actually switch back over. I came across this. It's trivia questions, and more importantly, it is actual trivia questions from Jeopardy. So the actual air date is included in there. So like say October 21st, 2014, this question was in the category of never been higher. The dollar amount was for $200, and you've got the question here, the answer. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. And the way this comes through, so for example, if I want to get a random question, I can do jservice / API / random. And that might be hard to see, but there we go. And this is what you get. And if you refresh this, you get a different question. You refresh this, you get a different question. I thought it'd be kind of fun to make a Twitch chat bot that asks the questions and then shows the answers. But I wanted to go a step further. I don't want to just have a bot that sits in the chat and people can play around with. I wanted to make it interactive. So what I came up with was a Jeopardy game that I'm working on. That's going to basically be on stream. The host will be the person. In this case, it's going to be me because it's my stream. The host will be will have the question there as well as the answer, and it will display on the screen much like a Jeopardy question would, and then the chat will get to answer. And the idea is whoever types the answer first gets the points for that answer. And then you move on to the next question. So, let's reset this. And let me bring up my code. Now, this code is messy. This code is ugly. I'm not very good at figuring this stuff out kind of on the fly like I have been. I think I'm doing an okay job. I think I've been able to get things kind of working here. So let me just kind of show you, what I have. First off, well, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself here. So this needs to operate in a client server type of setup. Think of it like World of Warcraft or old school RuneScape, EverQuest, any online game, even Fortnite, for example, works like this. You have a server that holds the logic and all of that tells the game world how to operate, and then you have the client, which is what runs on the user side. Now, the client in this case is actually going to be running. The client and server both are going to be running on the same machine. They're going to be running here for me. The server is going to be behind the scenes. It's what's called headless. You're not going to see anything. The client, however, is going to be the actual window that gets displayed for playing the game. And we should probably create an overlay and things like that to kind of encompass the game. But this is still in the development phase, so it's a work in progress, and I thought it'd be fun to kind of go through pretty much how this works. So okay, so I'm gonna kind of go through the code here a little bit and kind of get a feel for for what we're doing, what's been done so far, and then we'll finish up with actually finishing this and making it playable. Well, if you want some spam fried rice, I don't know if Jess is even watching. She just sent me a text that a commercial made her want spam fried rice, so that sounds really good right now too. Cool. All right. Okay. So there's some interesting things to this, some boilerplate stuff, some simple stuff. I'll kind of go through that and point out the important parts or the fun parts. First off, we've got a few libraries that we need here to make this work. I'm using, like with other projects, I'm using Node.js. I'm also using, within Node.js, I've got a couple of packages that I'm using. Well, I'll just go down here. Got is a way to send requests to an API. That's how I am able to reach out to that JService API and get back some questions to be able to display. TMI.js, that is our library. My mouse isn't picking up on here, is it? That's interesting. Okay. TMI.js, that is used for interacting with the Twitch chat or the Twitch client. It's just IRC. It's pretty simple, but they've wrapped this into a nice little neat package for us to be able to use. We're doing some very simple TMI stuff, interacting with Twitch chat. We're not actually using the bot to send messages in the chat. It's just an anonymous viewer is what it is. That keeps things a little light for us. Express is what we use to share the web pages that make it possible to to play the game, through the client. And let me adjust my audio settings because I am. I don't want. I don't want the sounds from the system or Chrome to come through. There we go. Okay. Okay. So Express is what we use to serve up web pages. This one is the really interesting one, the Simon White similarity. That is a package specifically that compares to strings of text, whether it be a word or a phrase, and gives you a score on how similar they are based on interesting things to do with language, as well as dealing with things like misspellings and stuff like that. That's what's going to give us the ability to determine how close the each answer is to the correct answer. We'll set a threshold, and if it meets that threshold, then we'll count it as correct. And then WS, that is for web services. That's how we're going to interact with the client, in this case, a website. So, okay, so I'm setting up a web server. I'm setting up a WebSocket first off, and then creating a handle to that that we can set down here. Now, then there's some other things here, like is the game, like a variable for if the game is running or not, an empty array, it's empty right now, to hold the questions, as well as an iterator to tell us what the current question is that we're playing with. So this isn't operating like a normal application running from top to bottom, beginning to end, and then executing line by line and doing its thing. This is working on a very event-driven type of system. So we need to handle a couple of different events. We need to handle events coming from the client for it to be able to sync up and talk to the server. We need to be able to handle messages coming in from Twitch chat, and then we also need to handle messages coming back from the API. Looks like I'm getting dropped frames because of my network. Okay. So, first thing first, we create a connection to on the WebSocket. Basically, at this point, we're just listening on port 8085 to find out, when a connection happens. This is, like I said, it's event driven, so the server sits and kind of listens. And when something connects to a WebSocket on port 8085, then it starts listening for messages coming in. It's going to log those messages to the console. It will see that as we get going here. We're going to process a few messages. I'll get to those when we get to it. And this is handling things like game logic. We're actually going to skip down. We want to make sure that when the WebSocket's connection is closed, that we handle that. We know that this happened. And I'll come back to that because it's got more game logic stuff going on later. Then we create our Express app, and we specify we've got 8085 is what the client's going to be communicating on. 8086 is what the web server is going to be serving the website out to, and that's going to be our index.html file up here. So we're just serving up whatever's in the public folder. And in this case, the public folder has index style sheet and a basically this is the client JavaScript that's going to run the game for us. So once it's connected, we're making sure that we log that out so we know what's going on. Yeah, and that's it. That's all that Express is doing. It's just serving up those pages. So we have we have a web server basically, and this is going to be local. So it's just going to be, you can see here, it's localhost, and then the port number, in this case 8086. Next thing we're going to do is set up our TMI client, our Twitch chat bot, basically. So we've got, this is now the third server that we're setting up here, all in one application. Kind of nice. And all this is going to do is, you can see here, this it's going to reconnect if it drops connection. We're having it log all info data with the debug turned on, just so we can see it. We'll turn that off once we get things, where we want it to. And then the channel name, I set it to my channel, which is Freak Zombie. And then we're just going to connect up with that and then listen for messages. Now this is where the Twitch integration happens. So we'll start here. I'm going to kind of go through the logical flow of things. So what happens here is when it connects, it's going to sit in my Twitch chat, and it's going to just listen, and it's going to check. It's literally going to see every chat message that comes through. If one of those chat messages is Jeopardy with a exclamation mark at the beginning, and the game isn't already running. If you remember up here, we actually set game running by default to be false. So if someone says Jeopardy in the chat with the game running, or without the game running, it's going to check and see, is the username of the person saying that the same as the channel name? In other words, I'm the only one that can start it. I'm the host, so I will be starting the game. If it's not, then it just ignores that message and just goes on. Otherwise, it just for debug purposes, it's going to log that message, and then it's going to. This is the fun part. It's going to check and see if a client is connected through the WebSocket here. Now remember, this only gets set, this WS connection, which is just a handle. It gets set when the client connects, when the web page client connects, and we'll get to that here in a minute. Where'd it go? There it is. So if it's null, if it hasn't connected or anything, if it's not connected currently, then it'll actually tell you that the website client isn't connected, and it's just going to sit and wait and do nothing. If it is connected, we're going to start the game. So it's going to just log to the console that it's starting. And then this is the interesting part. This is where we see kind of the first bit. We're going to use that handle to send a message to the client. In this case, loading queues. That's all this is going to do. Now, what that does, the index is super simple. Excuse me. All it does is it has the style sheet, which is actually a little bit interesting here. I've got a gradient and some other things, but none of that's important. I've got a game div along with a title. Messages, by default, it's waiting for the game to be started. That way you see that as soon as it loads. And then this will get updated with various messages throughout the game time. You have a question block, so you can show and hide that. You can get rid of it, or you can bring it back. The timer for counting down time, and then the block for the answer. That way, we're not swapping out text in the same box. We're gonna hide and show different boxes so we can keep them separate like that. So anyway, so that sends the message loading queues to the client. Now the client, let's jump over to there. This is the JavaScript that loads in the web page that gets served up. This by default is going to connect to localhost 8085, and that's the connection that we set up here early on, right here. So when it connects, so when the client starts, it immediately is going to try to connect, and it creates a handle to that connection. And so that's when you'll get this message here, and then it'll be listening for messages. So here, these things up here are just placeholders. Those are going to change later. So in the client, for the console for the client, we actually do some logging as well, so we can see how things are going there. So once it connects, we've got it connected, we're good to go, and then we're going to sit and listen to messages just like we do with Twitch chat. It almost operates exactly the same. It's going to sit and listen for messages to come from the server, like this one, loading queues. And then when it sees that message coming from the server, it's going to take action. In this case, it's going to fill that messages. It's going to replace what's in there currently. Right now is waiting on game to be started by host. It's going to replace that with loading questions. That way it shows kind of a loading screen. Then it does nothing else. Nothing else. Once it's done loading loading queues. Yeah. So it's done its job. It's just waiting. And then we have some other things here, some other functions that we'll get into. But that's all that's happening here. So it's got an event listener. So after the loading queues, that was down here. So we send that message over, and that tells the client, okay, update yourself. And now we're going to do some other stuff on this side. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go and get some questions. And just for testing here, I put in 2, so we just get 2 questions. That's going to go down here to the get questions function. By default, if you don't specify a number, it's going to get 5 questions. Now, I built in some checking here. We're going to make sure that they ask for at least 1 question. And I'm not handling specifically being able to ask for multiple questions. It's going to be !Jeopardy and then the number of questions you want after that. But there's some checking here. 1, is it less than 1? If it is, let's, just return and ignore this. If it's, more than 50, kind of the same thing. We don't want to do more than 50 questions. That would be, with the timer I'm expecting because of the lag in Twitch chat, it's probably going to be a good, 3 to 5 minutes per question. I'm not going to, let's see, 5, we'll be conservative there. 3 minutes per question. And we'll do the default number. So 5 minutes times 3 minutes per question. That's, for 5 questions, that game's going to take 15 minutes. And that's not counting the transition time between each one of them. So you're looking at probably 30 minutes just for 5 questions. So I've I've built this thing to be customizable, but not too terrible. I mean, if you want to do 50 questions, then it's there. Okay. Anyway, so the next thing, and this is the part, this PopCats, that's popular categories. If we go here and look at random, there are so many categories. Like we can, let's do jservice.io API categories. If we don't specify the count, it gives us just one. You can't see that probably. It just gives us the first category. But if we do, let's say count equals 100, there's more than 100 categories. And things like, prehistoric times. Let's search by title so we can highlight. Quotations from Bartlett's, hot stuff. And you can see here, there's only 5 clues in this hot stuff category. So, a lot of these don't really have a lot of things. Batman TV villains. Diamonds Are Forever. It actually has 15 questions in it. Motorhead. And these are all those one-off categories that you might see on an episode that you never see again. So to account for that, what I'm doing here is on this page, there's a view popular categories. And all I did was I just scraped this and got, potpourri. That's a category. So it's got 320. It's probably the most popular category in Jeopardy. So you can see here 306. That's the first one. And if you look at the you can't see it at the bottom left of the screen, it's covered up by recent followers. But if we click on it, you actually see in the URL. It's really small, but we can see that it's category number 306. And here's a sample of the questions, along with the air dates. I might implement the air date as a kind of little thing, down at the bottom of the screen or something like that. So anyway, I scraped all of these. What I did was I did view page source, and then, you can see potpourri's category is 320 here. Stupid answers is 301. So all I did was I just, copied all, went over into code, paste. Let's see, we'll get rid of everything up to here. Get rid of from the top everything down to where is there. And then just pull together, let's say, so you can see how I kind of did this, like this, and then did, I grabbed everything there, using some regular expressions and everything too. I just got the categories, put them in a list here. This actually spans a bit of the screen, but so we have a healthy list of categories. The reason I did this is because I don't really want all of those just really weird random categories. Instead, I want to make this as streamlined and maybe easy as possible, because some of those other categories, if you do just random, they come back with some of the weirdest stuff. So if we do like random, colorful schoolyard chain game in which one team might chance and Alex right over. The answer is Red Rover. Okay, that was an easy one. Look, this is going to make me look stupid. George Gipp, Joe Theismann. The category is, where's the category name? College Football Hall of Famers Schools. Okay, yeah, I would never get that one. Let's see, this category is Modern Dunkard Rules. Whoever buys the shot gets the first chance to offer one of these a toast. Oh, interesting. That one is all null. And it's been marked as invalid 5 times. But it's still coming up. Okay. That's another thing is we might want to check for invalid questions. I'll maybe play with that and we'll see. So anyway, I didn't want to just pull the random questions. Instead, what I'm doing is actually pulling a list of. I'm getting 5 categories from this list just randomly, and you can see that's what I'm doing here. So give me 5 categories and store that into random cats. I had to check and make sure my cat was still in here and behaving. And then from there, we're going to okay. And this is where I wanted to do a little bit of cleverness. If you ask for 5 questions, I don't want all of them to be from the same category. I want to get 5 categories, and if you ask for 5 questions, get 1 question from each category, and disperse it evenly. If you ask for 10 questions, that'll be 2 questions per category, just to kind of keep things kind of fresh and mix things up and everything. Now, to do that, I had to be a little clever here. I actually ran into an error that if the well, first off, we'll do some processing. We'll set the number of questions per category as 0 as kind of a safeguard here. We check to see if the number of questions is less than 5. That means that we're going to not be able to fill all 5 categories with a question. And in that case, this is the really fun part. We set the questions per category just a hard limit to 1. That way we just get 1 per category. And then if you take I'm going to demonstrate, this here. If we go into Node and we create an array, let's say A equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now A contains an array of 5 things. So A dot length is 5. You can change the size of an array by assigning something to length. So A dot length equals 4. And then we output A. It truncated the array. It took it off. Now, the same thing can happen. You can say 10, and now A is 6 null items. So A dot for each. For each E. That one more. There we go. Oh, that's just interesting. It spits out the first 4 and then it just says undefined. Anyway. So yeah, so that gives us the option to do oops, I would say exit 0. Okay, so what that does is it truncates our array down. So we initially filled it with 5 items, 5 random items, and then let's say you ask for 2 questions. Well, it just lops off the last 3, so we only have 2 in the array, and then we can go forward with it. Then we loop through that array, and then we go and get all and this is okay. So the way this service works is that if I don't want to follow the link. I want to do this. If we get it by category, remember 306 was potpourri. What this does is it gives us every question, every clue in this category, every question in this category. You can see it gives us back a JSON item of, it's got the ID with the title in it, the number of clues that it has, and then an array of clues. So there's 320 in here. So I'm getting back way more than I ever need. And then what I'm doing is just sending that off to, first off, I have to parse that because it's coming back as just text. So I have to parse it into JSON, and then from there, we go through and we get, this is just for one category. Remember, we're just doing this. So this is for category, let's say 306. It goes and gets all of them, and then it gets however many questions. In this case, it's really inefficient. It's just going to get one out of that whole list. But that's, it's still fine. It's still fast. It does what it needs to do. It gets one random question and then adds that to the questions array. First, though, what it does is it checks to see if there's a value. Let's see if we can see here. Value. Yeah, you can see in some cases the value can be null. So there's no dollar amount, which sucks. You want a dollar amount. You want in this case, it's not a dollar amount. It's actually a points, and that's what we're gonna send to our client is the question. So anyway, so that goes and gets those questions, fills in that questions array, and then when it's done, it logs that it gathered however many questions, just as a fail-safe to make sure, okay, it returned as many questions as it said it was going to. And then it returns the questions themselves. Oh yeah, that's the thing, is this is a standalone function, so I can easily test it. So yeah, it just goes and gets questions and then returns those questions, and it logs any errors out to the console. All right, so back up to where we called this one. Okay, so it's going to get questions, and then this returns a promise. And the way you work with promises is it's just like an event with anything else. When it finishes that promise, it then triggers the then function, whatever you set to then. So in this case, it's just an anonymous function that takes the results, in this case, the questions. It sets it to our global variable up here, which is questions. That's a little vague, seeing as how we called it questions inside that function as well, but scoping handles that. So we've got a global variable questions that this takes those questions and adds it to, and then it sends the first question. Remember, our current question is 0 when we start. So it looks in the array of questions, grabs the first one, and sends that as a string using JSON stringify to the client. It then prints to the console on the server the answer. That way the host gets to see the answer, but the chat doesn't. And then it sets this variable of game running equal to true. Remember, we want to check that's the flag that lets us know that when a new message starts coming in, that we need to now check that. So, right down here on a message, if game running is true, which is what that means, we're then going to do our logic, and this is the part we have to fill in. So we send this message off, and on the client side, this is where I need to probably handle this a little better. Right now, it's if the message data starts with this, it's not sending it as JSON. There's a way to do that, and I'll look into that later. It's not very important right now. But if this is a JSON item, then we know that that's what it is. Let's parse it. Let's then log that question just for testing purposes is what we're doing. I'm going to actually comment that out because we don't need it right now. and then we go to the start game function and send it that question. Now, the client in this case now is only going to get one question at a time. So that way it's not, doing any funky processing or handling or anything like that. So the start game, all that's going to do, create a message letting us know that we're starting the game loop, hides the title screen. It then goes and displays the question by turning on the question block. And if you recall, that's this. So that's where we're going to put our question. So in this case, it's gonna fill in some HTML. It's going to create a category, value, and question div. We're going to take the question, output its category name to uppercase, because when they come from the server or from here, the category is all lowercase right here. So we're just converting it to uppercase, spitting that out. Then we're spitting out the question, the value, then the question. And then after we set all that, then we make it visible. And then we're going to start a timer. Well, we're going to display the timer by setting all this up. We're going to start the timer, and then we're going to make the timer visible. Maybe I should put start timer after making it visible. That makes more sense. Okay. So start timer, what that does, it takes in the div ID, in this case, timer, and the start time. So how much time you want to count down from. Right now that start time is set to something like 10 seconds. We're going to set up a couple of variables. We're going to go through processing those, the minutes, seconds, and things like that within set interval. So set interval takes a function. Let's see if it shows it. It takes a function and the number of milliseconds before it refires. And all this does is down here, it's every 1 second, it's going to tick over, and it's going to rerun this function. So that's our timer. It's going to display the current time, and then it's going to subtract the time and compare that to, it's going to subtract 1 from the time, compare that to 0. If it's less than 0, it's going to send a message back to the server saying time's up. And then it's going to show the answer, and it's going to stop this set interval, so the timer isn't ticking over anymore. Because remember, it's now less than 0. That timer is going to keep going negative. So to be, -1 second, -2 seconds, -3 seconds, and on each time, it's going to send the time up back to the server. So we'll go back to the server. We look for time's up, And like I said, this is event driven, so as soon as it receives that time's up message, it's going to execute this. It's going to set the game running state, the game state not running, so game running is false. Then it's going to do in this case, I've got 5 times 1,000, that's 5 seconds. So in 5 seconds, it's going to execute this. This is a set timeout, not set interval. Set interval, it does it every time. It reruns it every time this happens. The way this works is that it's going to wait that number of time, and then it's going to execute this. And my cat wants out, so give me 1 second here. All right. He woke up and decided, oh, I want out of the bedroom. All right. So, like I was saying, so the timeout works different than set interval. So, yeah, once it reaches this timeout period, which this is 5 seconds, and then this will be modified when we change things around, it's going to execute this. So, first things first, it's going to check and see if are we at the end of the questions. Was the question that we're on the last one? If it's not, then let's increment the question counter, and then let's send the next question off to the client. And then once again, log that one, and then set the game running state back to true. It's going to do the same thing it did before over here in the client. It's going to get it. It's going to do its thing, and then after the interval goes, past its time, once the timer counts down, it'll send the message back. And then once it's reached the last question, this evaluates to false. It comes down here, and what it does is it sends the game over message back to the client. And then it sends, hey, there's the game over message. So that is where we are. I just need to implement the game over as well as the ability to get chat messages to determine where they close and create a leaderboard. So okay, so what we're looking for here is the game over message. And if I'm not mistaken, I actually don't have that created yet. I do. Okay, so here's where it'll be ending the game. So in this case, what I want to do is we want to show a leaderboard. So let's add. Actually, this will be outside the game. Div ID. Should it be the... Okay, you know what? We're going to need a leaderboard while the game's running. So, but that's going to be up top up here. And then down here is going to be the game over screen. Okay. Now for right now, they're just stacked on top of each other. We'll use some CSS to move them around. So for example, the leaderboard is going to be, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and leave it blank for right now, because what I want to do now is figure out what we're going to do here. So, okay. So ending the game, let's, we're going to hide game screen, and we're going to hide the game screen. No, just the game screen. Okay, we'll hide the game screen first. So let it's going to be document dot get element by, and I like to use IDs here because it's an identifier. It's not a class. It's literally this is the game. There's only going to be one. A class is what you would use for more than one. All right. Okay. So we'll say game screen dot style. Excuse me. Visibility is going to be hidden. This is I have it further down here. I always forget display. And all that does is turns that block off, so you don't see it anymore. And then show game over screen. That'll bug me. So I'm just going to copy this. We called it game over, right? Yep. No capital? Nope. Okay. Block. And then let's populate it with something. Let's, throw in, well, first off, we'll throw in, we'll cheat a little bit where it says Jeopardy, we'll put in game over. Game over div dot inner HTML. We'll just say h1 game over. And then we will put, you know what, we'll add in plus equals. We'll do in ticks here because we're going to have to put the winner and then, the winner's name there. But for now, it's just going to say winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Cool. All right. So that means when we go to start the game, so leaderboard's always going to be there, but when we go to start the game, we actually need to clear this. So let's see, loading questions. No, we want. You know what? We don't have a way. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna forget about that for right now because we don't have a way to restart the game right now, and that'll be something I work on later. All right, so let's test this. Right? Should we test it? The dog's barking at something. So npm start. Run dev. Okay, perfect. You can see it did a few things here. So it's going to watch for any changes and restart the server for us. So if I make a change here, it'll restart automatically. So the web server is listening there. It connected to Twitch. And yeah, it's now listening in the Twitch chat. We'll open this. And there we go. Jeopardy is now running. So I'm going to put Jeopardy in the side over there, put my code in the side over here. That way we get both of these showing. Oh, I can't scale this because I have the CSS set to not scale. Okay. I'm putzing around with the CSS, so that's on me. And let's show the console and the client here. Oh, okay. Okay, and so you can see when I started the service, when I started this, connected to WebSocket on port 8085, and you can see here that each time I refresh, got a new connection. So, all right. So now it's listening and waiting. So now what we need to do is start Jeopardy. So I'm going to go into my Twitch chat. Exclamation mark Jeopardy. And there we go. It's going to count 6 seconds. You can see. Okay. Oh, I see why I decided to show the timer afterwards, because it showed 0, but that's fine. Whatever. Oh. I realize the game div is where everything is. But it worked. And you can see down here, ending game, and it switched over to the end game screen. Problem is my end game screen is absolutely terrible. So let's bring this down. There's not supposed to be any vocals to any of my songs that I added to my playlist for this, and they should be royalty free. So anyway, all right, so we need the leaderboard to be actually in here, and then we need the game over to also be in here. Okay. And we need to give them some default styles. So let's see, where is the H1? Oh, okay. H1 already has some styles. Okay, so let's add a game over. We're going to set it to default. I have no idea what I'm listening to, but all right. So game over is going to be like that, and then let's take that out and let's take that out. We'll give it some defaults like that. And then leaderboard the same. Okay. Well, hello there. Oh, that's Papa Holland. Well, hi. I know you're a fan of Jeopardy, so you might actually enjoy this little thing. I don't think you'll be able to participate, unfortunately, but yeah, I'm making a Jeopardy chat game. So when people play Jeopardy, or people want to play Jeopardy, they can jump in my stream and play. All right, so that's funny. That showed up. It showed up in my bot, so I didn't recognize that it was actually in the chat. So that's kind of funny. All right, let's do a save here. It's restarting the server, and we will reload this page. Okay, and we're back to playing Jeopardy. Or no, sorry. We're about to play Jeopardy. So if I do exclamation Jeopardy, it's loading the questions. It comes up with a question with the timer. It told me in the log down there what the answer was. So I know the answer to this one is San Diego. And when it finishes, correct answer, San Diego. I miss San Diego. And then it did that. Why did it do that? Oh, because I'm hiding the game. I need to not do that. Yeah, that would help. We don't want game screen to be. We want. Oh, okay. All right, so we want to hide the title, the messages, and the question block, and the timer and the answers. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Wait. All right, let's go into here. Do I need these as variables? I guess I don't. I can just say, let's make it a variable. It's probably going to be better that way. Okay. So we'll say, let this equal document dot get element by that, boom, and then this dot style dot visibility equals hidden, that dot style dot, I forgot it again already, display equals none. There we go. All right. So we don't want to hide game screen. We want to hide everything else. Like that. All right. Perfect. Now it just restarted the server. So if we go back into here and refresh. Okay. Loading it up again. We've got ourselves our question, or sorry, our category, our question, our answer. And we might do some interesting little transitions across the way. We'll have the, there we go. All right, perfect, perfect. Cool. All right, so now we can kill the server, make it to where we can see the screen a little better. Okay, so now the client is doing everything it needs to do for us for right now. And the game is running like normal. The only problem is that you can't answer the questions. So the way this works, where is my message queue? Here we go. Okay. All right. So this is where we do our checking of the messages. So while the game's running, we're going to process the messages and check for the correct answers. And that's what this get similarity score down here does. Now we were going a little fast there, but the way this works, let me make this a little bigger, is if we do, let me get it. Acquire. And if we pass this something like hello and Hio. That gives us a 25% match. So, that was probably a typo. You could say. But let's say someone, the question, let's say the answer to the question was Abraham Lincoln. And somebody answered, Abe Lincoln. That's a 63% match. I'm likely to give it to him in that case. Or if the question was, or the answer, sorry, was Abraham Lincoln, and you just put Lincoln, that's still a really high percentage. That's like a 63% match. So, that's what we're going to be using to determine whether or not the answer that somebody sent in was correct or not. And you can see what I've got here as a function, get similarity score. It takes the question, or sorry, it takes the answer to the question, as well as the message that the user responds with, and it actually is going to do a bunch of stuff with it. It's going to do some regular expression checking. It's going to remove things like, for example, some of the things that come back. Do I still have it up here? Yeah, like some of the things you might see here are things like this. This is in the question, but if it was in the answer, that would be a thing. We want to take out any quotes. We want to take out any things like italicized, things like that. That's good for displaying it on a website, but it's not good for this. So we're going to take that, and we're also going to remove things like the, a, and. So if somebody said like the USS or let's say the answer was the USS Enterprise, it's going to remove the word the from the answer. That way it will check just USS Enterprise. That's actually a good test. Let's try that. Let's say because it's an abbreviation. Wow. See, look at that. That's an 85% match. That's a closer match than just Lincoln for Abraham Lincoln. So, I mean, we're doing pretty good there. Oh yeah, and another thing, if we were checking like it's Abraham, if you did just Abraham when it was Abraham Lincoln, then we would probably consider that a match too, seeing as how just Lincoln was about the same thing. It's not perfect, but there's some other things we can do to check if it turns out it's not really, if it turns out that this isn't working well, then we'll make tweaks to it. We'll add in some other things. But then we do a similar processing. So that's the processing we do with the answer, the actual answer to the question that comes from the Jeopardy API. Now what we do is we process the input from the user. In this case, if they answered it, like a question, what is, who was, things like that. Let's take those off. Let's take off the, a, and also. And also remove the question mark off the end or any other punctuation. We don't want it. We don't need it. And then the last thing, I don't know if you probably have seen this already, but we're converting both to lowercase so we can then compare the two. This function already does that, but we just I decided to do it again. And then also on top of that, it's going to log to the console for me to see what it interpreted the person's answer to be versus what the original answer was. Maybe there should be a way to be able to give the answer to someone if we think they were close enough, or reject their answer if the algorithm incorrectly thinks they were close enough. Like on the Abraham. Now Abraham's not enough. You need Lincoln or Abraham Lincoln, but Abraham no. So the system automatically gave it to you, but I'm going to type a command and take it back or something. That's something I can play around it at some later point. So anyway, so here's where we're going to do this. So how are we going to handle this? What we need to do is we need to check to see how similar things are. I feel like the room is shaking, but we don't have earthquakes here, I don't think. I don't know. Okay, so we need to process the user input, figure out if it was close or not, and then if it is, we need to actually So what we need to do is we need a leaderboard to store the users in it. We also need the we need to send a message to the client. Okay, so all right, so we're not going to log this. Instead, we're going to say let score equal that. If score is greater than, let's say, we'll start with like 61%. And it's actually, it's a decimal number, so we need to times that by 10. Is that right? 0.63 times 10. No, times 100. 63. Okay. Yeah, because if it's 63 times 100, that's 63%. Okay. So we'll do that when we get it here. So times 100. Okay. So score, and let's actually pull this out into a variable called score threshold. We'll bring that up to the top here. Actually, this is a constant. We'll actually move that up top. Okay, yeah, we'll separate that out. All right, so the score threshold, if the score is above the score threshold, let's send a message back to the client. So we use WS connection dot send, and let's send, let's see, should we be clever about this and make it a JSON object? No. Okay. The problem is if we send it as a JSON object, it's going to get picked up and thought of as a question. Can I send it? I got it. I'll send it as a string that I can then use the split command on. So we actually want ticks. So let's see. Answer, and we'll split on that. We'll say username, and what is, how do we get the username again? That is under tags.username. Actually, say, okay, we need to get the display name because Twitch does the whole display name. We're going to get the display name if it's set, otherwise we're going to get the username. So let username equal this is context. Got to make sure no, tags. Okay. I call it things different in different places. So tags dot tags display name if it's we'll say if it's equal, we'll set username to tags.username. Otherwise, it'll be set to tags display name. Yep. Okay. And then we can just pass in username to this. Perfect, perfect. Okay. Yeah, so if the score is above the threshold, get their username based on whether it's their display name or their username. Send answer, we'll say answered, username. Do we need anything else? Let's just send that for right now. Yeah. Oh, really? Cool. That's Anyxum? Is that how you say that? Cool. What are you? Oh, cool. Is it like just a standalone game? What are you writing it in, and what? How's it going so far for you? This has been a blast. I spent all day working on my programming job so I could then come in here and do this. Oh, cool. So not much different from here. Are you using Node or any things like that? Cool. I don't know how much of this you may have caught. There's this package in Node that I'm using that exists other places. There's a whole article about it. This Simon White similarity that you can use to determine whether or not something is close to the same text. That way you don't have to write the algorithm yourself. As an example up here, I did, and if you've seen this already, I apologize, I'm repeating myself, but I think this is one of the coolest parts. You can use this algorithm. There's a Java version as well as probably a PHP and just a pure JavaScript one most likely, and you can see it matched USS Enterprise to just the word enterprise to 85%. So that's what I'm doing here is I'm getting a score of what the person said in chat, comparing it to the answer, and if it's over a certain threshold, we'll mark it as answered. So that's the thing that made this possible for me. If it wasn't for that, I don't know how I was going to compare these, because otherwise you're comparing string to string and you got to do all this really, really funky stuff. But yeah, you should check it out. It's I keep forgetting. Yeah, Simon White similarity. So this is the package I'm using, but I mean, there's even a thing on Stack Overflow. But the guy has, and if you're really, really nerdy into the low end stuff like I can be, they have a whole thing about how this, like the guy that wrote it actually wrote a paper on how to do these calculations, and that's the kind of thing that I could spend days learning that. I think that's really cool. So yeah, cool. So yeah, so now I'm checking to see if it's similar. If it is, I'm using WebSockets to send a message back to the client. In this case, I've got a Node backend that's monitoring Twitch chat, and I've got a website that is connected via WebSocket to the server. That way the server can let the website know that something has changed. So in this case, we're sending the message answered and who answered it. Yep. And then we want to do a couple of things. We actually want to create a dictionary up here. So we'll say leaderboard. And I need to learn dictionaries in JavaScript way better, because I really don't know how to use them properly right now. But okay, yeah. So we will add them. Let's do that here. So if leaderboard, yeah, if the user already exists on the leaderboard, you know, I've got Node down here. Let's try it. So let's say LB equals an empty dictionary. We'll say if LB what does that return? Oh. Okay, if LB return false. Oh, okay. What am I? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now we say LB we'll say I got 800 points. So now LB contains that, and if I do that, okay, it actually will be cool. Okay. So yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was going to be. All right. So I've spent a lot of time on this one already. This is probably close to maybe 16 to 24 hours total in my project. Stick with it. Don't get discouraged or anything ever, because the moment you realize, okay, the lesson I had to learn was that it doesn't have to be right. It doesn't have to be good. It doesn't have to, work 100%. It just has to do what you want it to do. And that goes for any programming. So yeah, I'm really, really kind of just like charging ahead with this and just pushing forward and making this happen, no matter what, in some way, shape, or form. And it's ugly, but it seems to be doing okay now. So okay, so if that person exists on the leaderboard, we're going to let's see. We need an else to add them to the leaderboard. Yeah, I actually am a developer full time, working on websites for companies that shall not be named. But I work in Cold Fusion, so this is a chance for me to do something different. Cold Fusion is a different beast altogether. All right, so we need to add this person's score. Actually, yes. Okay, we need to. Plus equals. And this will take, yeah, so that will add it. Okay, and then here, this will add the value, whatever that is. Let's get this straight away. And this one will set it. Okay. So, so in our questions array, okay, yeah, we need this. Okay, yeah, we just need that. Dot value. Same here. Dot value. Okay. Oh, cool. I started programming when I was in middle school, and I started on an old school computer that was built in 1982. Didn't even have Windows or anything like that. I learned basic programming. I taught myself, and I got to the point where, where I am today. And it's one of those things where you keep at it, and eventually you'll break through. And it's cool that you're getting into code this early on too, because it's one of those things where I really feel like people who try to pick up programming later on may not have the wherewithal to really like put in the time. I know now I barely have time for anything new, so I fall back to programming because it's the thing that I spent a lot of time learning when I was younger. But yeah, I mean, keep it up. I mean, if you're liking it, it's an awesome pastime. I love it myself. All right, so okay, so we're adding the user to the leaderboard if they don't exist already, if they got the question right. We need to say we actually need to stop the game from running. Game running equals false. And oh, by the way, I'll be putting this up on my GitHub, github.com/wporter82 when I'm done. So if you want to steal from it for your project, that's most of what I've done here has been stealing from other places, learning how somebody else has done it and using it for my own. All right, so, okay. So if they reach the threshold, we stop the game running. We set that flag to false. We get their username. If they don't exist on the leaderboard, we add them to the leaderboard. Wait. Yeah, if they don't, yeah, I needed the bang. If they don't exist on the leaderboard, we add them to the leaderboard with the value of that question. Otherwise, if that means they do exist on the leaderboard, we add the value to their score already, and then we send to the client that they answered it. Cool. Okay, so let's go over to the client, and okay, so okay, we're in the message queue here. So if message.data equals no, starts with answered, right? Yeah. Okay, this is where things could get a little hairy because, oh, no. This isn't the Twitch chat is monitoring. Never mind. I was just thinking, if this was the Twitch chat, that would be bad. Okay, so if it starts with answered, let's then take that message and split it on that. So username equals dot data dot is it split? I've been working in Cold Fusion all day. I've kind of forgot. Oh, I've got node down here. I can just try it there. Let's actually do what I'm doing here. Okay, it is split, and then we'll split on that. Yeah, that gives us that, and then we can say, cool. Yep. So we'll get the message data dot split on that, and we will get item number 1. So the yeah, so that the yeah, it starts, the arrays start at 0, so the first part will be the word answered, the second part will be their username. And then at that point we need to stop the timer. Let me get rid of that. So let's see, do I have, is it? So the timer handle is just inside here. I'm going to take it out and make it a global variable. That way we can start and stop the timer. Well, in this case, just stop the timer. So timer handle dot clear interval. Oh wait, I got that backwards. It's clear interval, and then you pass it in the timer handle. Right? Yeah, that's what I did down there. Okay. So we clear the timer. So we stop the timer. Let's we'll hide the timer. Okay, yeah. So we stop the timer, then we hide the element for the timer. Take a drink here. Hydration break. Oh, I just now saw your message there. My internet is absolute garbage sometimes, so if the stream drops, I'm sorry. Okay, so we hide the timer, and at this point, what should be showing? At this point in the game, the title's missing, messages is missing. So the question block is going, the timer. Okay, so we hid the timer. And then the answer. Okay. In this case, we need I'm setting that. Where am I setting that? Show. Oh, okay. Oh, I have a show answer. Okay. Oh, great. Cool. So I can just call that function to show the answer. Yeah, that works. All right, so where is it? Answered. And we say show answer. And then let's go ahead and add some we'll add to the answer object. So right now, yes, it'll show the answer, and then we will add to it answer div dot inner HTML plus equals, and then we'll add the user to it. We'll just do it like this. I'm trying to remember if I'll add a couple of breaks after this. Perfect. All right, so we'll add the user who got it right to that. Okay, and then we'll wait. Oh, this should be easy. Okay, yeah, we just handle this back in the client now. So over here, or not in the client, sorry, the server. So now in the server, all we have to do is after we send after we send the answered, we start the game again. So where is my, we do the same thing we did before. All right. Yeah, so the time's up. We'll do the same thing. We'll set, we'll wait. It's the next, yeah, we'll just do the exact same logic here. You know what? I'm going to pull this out. Into a variable time between rounds. Yeah, there we go. Right now it's 5 seconds. What was the other? Oh, the timer. That's on the client. Okay. All right. So we want this whole logic. You know what? I could just pull this into its own function and call it send next question. Put that down here, right? Yep. Send next question. Now the question is, are all of these global variables, they're, well, yeah, they are. Let's try it. Well, okay, well, I'll hold off on that because I need to do, I need to add that send next question to the answered. There we go. And okay, let's go ahead and try this. I'm going to go ahead and change this from 5 seconds to, we'll say 30 seconds. Now let's go to the client and change the amount of time. Right now it's a 1 second. Let's change it to 2 minutes, just to test. Yeah. Okay. So that gives us, yeah. All right. Yeah, we're ready to test this. So anyone want to try it out? NPM. Now the answers are, yeah, the answers are going to be on the stream, so it should be fairly easy to cheat. So, all right, it's running. Let me pull up. Oh, that's weird. That should have done something else, but okay, cool. All right, let's try it out. I love the enthusiasm. All right, known as the High Renaissance, and we have 2 minutes to answer. Yeah, so we see in the chat there. So I'm going to try something. A wrong answer. So you can see it compared 16th and blah. And nope, that's a wrong guess. 16? How close is that? I feel like that should have triggered it to say, Oh, wait, something triggered it. I didn't see what it was. Okay, yeah, it's showing. Correct answer, the 16th by me. Cool. And, oh, I should have it spitting out the dictionary. That way we know. Oh, wait. Okay, so I answered. Oh, that's weird. Okay, go ahead and you can see in there Amerigo Vespucci. Go ahead and type that in the chat, and let's see if it works. If it picks up your username properly as the winner. It didn't show the question, but it should hopefully get the answer right. Yeah, the answer here is okay. So I put in, yeah. I don't know why it didn't show the question. I wonder. Okay, that was a good test. So you put in the right answer after I did, though. So it didn't do the comparison because we don't see what you typed versus the thing. It ignored that. So that means that logic is working properly. And then there's the game over screen. Cool. Because I've only got it set to do 2 questions right now. So the real question is, why the heck was the question empty? You know what? Let's I turned off sending the question to. I'm in the wrong file. I need to be in client. Nope. Here we go. I'm going to log the question. That way, if that happens again, I'll be able to see. I'll be able to see that was a problem. Okay. When I restarted the server. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll fix that here shortly. All right. Let's try this again. Oh, in 1992 presidential election, this independent garnered over 18% of the vote. So for 400 points, go ahead and type in the answer. You've got it right there on the screen for you anyway. You can type in Ross Perot. And let's see if it works. I'm kind of curious if it will. There we go. Yep. And it's showing so that it took the timer away and it replaced it with the correct answer and your username. I need to make that a little more clear because it doesn't really show. I'll say by user. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that so much. And it goes on to the next question. National Freedom Day, February 1st, celebrates the 13th Amendment, which abolished this. Ah, you beat me to it. I was typing it in too. Cool. See, and that's cool. You actually had a typo in it, and it still picked it up right because the threshold was. It was fine. Oh yeah, that's. Oh yeah, we'll let it finish here. It'll go to the game over screen. So this time around, the winner is you. So the game over screen should show the winner. And then what I want to do also is have up in this top left corner of the game the whole time, because you could have anywhere, you could have up to 50 questions. So I want to have a running leaderboard. So let's fix a couple of small things first. I want to put answered by user and then the username. Cool. And when I reset, did that. Let's fix that too. So small little bugs here and there. So when it connects, we need to hide the game over screen. So let's see. So that's interesting. There's no messages coming through. Connection to the server was lost. Oh, that's it. Yes. Okay. It was because of that. Yeah. Okay. So I need to also hide. Yeah. So I'm hiding the title. No, I'm showing the title. Okay, yeah, so we're going to hide the screens. In this case, we're going to hide question block. Okay, we're going to do it this way. Oops. Keep hitting the wrong button. Do a for each loop here, and we'll say for each element. Do this, and it'll be actually for each block. Let's put it in here, and instead of this, there we go. Okay, that should fix. Nope. I didn't like that. Oh. Yeah. Block div. There we go. Small little stupid mistakes. Get me every time. There we go. All right. Cool. So, all right, so now we have, okay, so we fixed a couple of things. Now it shows a little bit more information about the users. Okay, let's update the leaderboard, or let's show the leaderboard. Well, let's create a leaderboard to begin with. So the leaderboard is going to be... So it's at the top right now. I'm going to throw in some stuff real quick. Let's see. We'll do this. And I'm going to show off how bad my CSS skills are, because they are terrible. Visible, and we'll make this block. All right, we want the leaderboard to float left. Float left. Would that be enough? Really, it throws everything else off, doesn't it? Let's say border 1 pixel, solid black for right now, just to get an idea of what it looks like. I was hoping it'd be more like up in the top left. I could do position. Absolute. Does that... Okay. That fixes that. CSS, we want it... Oh, okay. We can actually say fixed. I don't think we need the float anymore with that. And we can say top 0 left 0. Let's try that. Hey, look at that. And we'll actually make it more like 20 and 20. How's that? Oh, that. Oh, it's relative. I realize that now. Let me put pixels in. There we go. I'll do 15 and 15. Okay. So leaderboard. You know what? Let's give it a background color of black. Let's set the trying to remember transparency. Oh, wait. I can just set the alpha. Background color RGB, RGBA. So we'll say 0, whoops, 0x0. Oh, wait, no, this is. What am I doing wrong here? Let me back this out. RGB A. Okay, so 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. Zero. Okay. And then this will do like, I believe this is a bit value. So that will be, what is that value? Is it a bit? RGBA. Oh, it's between, okay. So it's like 0.5. It's between 1 and 0. One? That's not working. We'll say padding 10 pixels. And we get a little better look at it. Do I have that wrong? What am I doing wrong there? Is 0? Oh, no. What am I doing wrong here? Alpha, passive between 0 and 1. Oh, these need to be numbers, like not hex. Ew, that's ugly. No, I don't want that. I want. Okay, let's just clear this out. RGBA. Come on. Red is 0, blue is, green is 0, blue is 0, A is 1. There. There we go. Okay. So we'll say 0.5. 0.25. Make it a little lighter. Yeah. And then we want rounded corner. I swear my CSS is terrible. Border radius. We'll say, does it take pixels? Yeah. We'll do 15 pixels. There we go. and we'll copy the font stuff here. So it picked up the right font, but let's make it font size. It won't be 3. We'll try 1, see what size that looks like. Way too small. 2. EM is the thing I'm looking for. There we go. Okay, and I believe that scales with the window. No, it doesn't, which is actually okay. That's kind of what I wanted, for it to not scale. Right. Cool. Well, thank you so much for checking out the stream. And this is going up to my YouTube as well. So it's Freak Zombie on YouTube. You can watch from the beginning and anything you missed. And I'm sorry I'm boring to watch, but hopefully I gave you some pointers here. Get that back to 1 pixel. Actually, do I even want a border? No border. It's better with no border. There we go. All right. Cool. So now, let's see. How do we want to add names to the leaderboard? That's the real question. Cool. Well, appreciate you coming by. Appreciate the follow too. Thanks so much. All right. So all right. So what we want to do is we do want to populate the leaderboard. Let me add a couple of breaks in here. Okay. All right. So we want to update the leaderboard every time. Let's see, where do we want to update it? Every time a new question is asked. Oh, got it. We'll do it with a message. Everything is message driven. So, oh yeah, we created down here, send next question. So, let's look at where we're calling that. So, when the time is up, my alarm is going off here. Give me 1 second. All right, my camera's a little askew. I'm using my cell phone as a camera, and I just almost dropped my laptop, which is I've got such a precarious setup here. Maybe one day I'll do a thing about how I'm set up, and now it's too far down. Come on. There we go. All right. Okay. So we want to yeah. So when somebody answers, oh, yeah, okay. So what we can do is we can actually get the leaderboard and send it along with the answer. So and then somebody answers it, it updates the leaderboard. Yes, okay. So what this is going to be is it's going to be a big ugly mess is what this is going to be. We're going to send over JSON.stringify leaderboard because we just added them to the leaderboard. So it should go over now. Yeah, okay. And then on the client, yeah, okay. I'll handle that here in a second. Because no, I won't. Because what needs to happen here? Okay, so they sent the answered. We're splitting that. We're getting the first item. Okay, and we'll have a function in here to update the leaderboard. Yeah, okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Update leaderboard, and we'll send over this, but instead of 1, it'll be 2, because that'll be the contents of the leaderboard. And then we'll create a new function called update leaderboard. And for now, let's just dump it out to the console. Just to get a look at it, just to see it. And to make sure that we're getting it. Cool. So now, let's bring this back up. Okay, it's connected. And it's waiting. Alrighty. Last year, this man's son, Robbie, jumped his motorcycle over 22 cars and broke his dad's record. Knievel? Evil Knievel? Oh, yeah. I kind of forgot I have the answers right there. Cool. Yeah. All right. So it sent me the leaderboard, which has me in the lead with 100. It's only me. So all I have to do is take that and throw it up into the leaderboard. Okay. That should be easy. Now, I'm going to let it go to the next question and make sure it's going to answer properly there. In someone's hopes, and you put the last this in the coffin. Nail. Cool. That was 200. So now the leaderboard shows me it's updated properly with 300. Awesome. Making progress, folks. It's kind of exciting. All right. And we get to the game screen, the game over screen. There we go. Yeah, okay. And so we still have the leaderboard. So we're going to handle the leaderboard in the client. We're going to send it over every time. Okay. So when we get the leaderboard, we're going to update. And then here, okay, we need to do two things. We need to sort the leaderboard. Well, okay. It's a dictionary. So the real test is, how do we pull things out of it in a certain order? Okay, so JavaScript. Sort dictionary by value. Here we go. May not be straightforward in JavaScript. That's great. Okay, so we're going to create an array of the items, then sort the array, and then create a new array with it. Are they wanting to only get the first 5 items? Is that what this is? Yeah, okay. All right, so we're going to, we're going to steal this. So we're going to take the leaderboard. We're going to create an array out of it. Okay, let's do that. So let's leaderboard array is object dot keys. Oh, yeah. So what this does is it gets each item by the dictionary. I had to use this for something else not too long ago, so I totally get where this is coming from. And we will okay. Yeah, so that's going to set the LB array with all those. Let's okay, and then we'll sort it. LB array dot sort. Okay. It takes a sort function. Second minus the first, so return the bigger of the two. Yeah. And then let's, I'm not even going to worry about logging it. Actually, yeah, for testing purposes. But this is, I'm not going to split that like they're doing there. I am only going to get the top 5, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it in a for loop because I'm going to use it to then set everything. So, okay. And I don't need that up and I don't need that up. Okay. So we're going to set the leaderboard using yeah, we're just going to use that same type of logic. So let LB equal LB div equal document dot get element by, and let's go to the HTML, just make sure. Yep, it's called leaderboard. Cool. And then let's do LB div dot enter HTML. So we're just going to overwrite the contents of it right now. Yeah. And we'll put in leaderboard, followed by a couple of breaks. And then this is where we're going to do the for loop. I kind of need to know what the leaderboard array, what the new one looks like, don't I? You know what? Let's do it in. Kill the server. Let's do it in Node here. So okay. So let's create a dictionary. A equals. We'll say. Freak zombie. 800. What was it? 8,000. Why not? Right. So that's what A equals. Okay. Oh, we're gonna sort it. So and then comma. I'm gonna use my fellow Jeopardy buddy here to test. So there we go. So all right, we have a dictionary now. So if we do B equals object dot keys map, and I'm doing this all in one line, which I hate, but it is what it is. Okay. Why is it not defined? Object.keys, dictionary. Oh. It's okay. Huh. This should be leaderboard. I didn't catch that when I stole from Stack Overflow. So this should be A. This should be A. Okay, so it returns an array. Where each okay, that makes a bit of sense. And then we'll say So B is that B dot sort. Ah, shoot, and I put it in the same. That's fine. Okay, no, I don't need to know that part. All right, so the leaderboard now is going to need to be. So if I do B0, okay, or B1, it gives me an object dot. I need to access this object dot keys. No. Probably my other project. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna switch over to my other project. Oh, that camera is way far down. Let me fix that real quick without killing everything. Okay. All right. I'm switching over to another project so I can see how I did this. So bear with me just a moment. Let's see. Wasn't that file? Is it in the modules command handler? I want to say, oh, it was in, yeah, I remember this now. I put it in the, or I needed that for the Google. Was it Google? No. It was actually getting the emote URLs. Cool. Yeah, so this is where I did this before. Object.keys, and then the thing I want the keys for, and then yeah. So in this case, I want, this is the object. Yeah, I want dot keys B1 and I want 0. No. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, wait a minute. B1 1. Sorry, 0. Okay. It's an array, not an object. Okay. Yeah, I was going about that the wrong way. Okay. So yeah, I just need to loop over. Let's see. B dot for each. Yeah. See, oh wait, no, yeah, okay, I can do that. All right. So, LB array, that's going to be the sorted array for each. For each user. Yeah. And we're going to add this to here. It's going to be plus equals. And it's going to be user 0 user 1. Right? That's it. Yeah, so for each thing, we're going to do that. And this is, that's it. And I'm calling it, so yeah, I think we're ready to try it out again. Oh, wait. And then we need to add in the game over screen who the overall winner is. Are we? We're not storing that anywhere, are we? Uh, do we want to store it like that? Let's say leading player is nothing at first. No. We'll store the leaderboard. So we update the leaderboard every time someone answers. But that doesn't give us the winner, the overall winner in the end. Oh wait, we're storing the leaderboard on the client or on the server. So let's just get the winner. Yeah. So send game over. We'll send it just like we did with the other. Game over with a winner. And then we'll create a new function. Get winner. And for now, we'll return nobody, just for testing. All right. Let's go ahead and run the server. And we're going to test out the leaderboard. It's doing that thing again. I thought I fixed it to where it didn't do that. Oh well. All right, here we go. Well, that's weird. So it should have spit out the leaderboard. Holy cow, what is that? What line is that? 178. That's what happens after it sorts? Something's wrong with your logic here. Oh, the game's still running, isn't it? All right, cool. We'll let it go. While it's running. Okay, what did I do wrong? So I passed in the leaderboard, passed in that, passed in that. I'm doing something wrong here. That's what it feels like anyway. Let's watch this and see what it does. Because I haven't tested with it. Yeah, so it shouldn't update the leaderboard there, which it didn't. Which is fine. I have a feeling it's not the sort that broke it. It was this up here. Shoot. It's not getting the game over. Okay. Maybe because it was out of focus. I don't know. So, all right. So we get the object.keys, leaderboard map, function. Separate that out. Key. And we will return the key. And yeah. So that should be right. It cleared it that time. That's weird. I wonder if I hadn't restarted it. I don't know. Okay. Oh. Let me okay, I have to restart the server. Okay. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay, let's answer that. Yep. Yep. That's where it breaks. Okay. So let's pick this apart. Wait a minute. No, that's right. Yeah. So I'm taking a dictionary, creating an items array, but that's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Is it just because? Am I doing this wrong? Let's log that. Okay. Okay, yeah, something. So it's taking the leaderboard, it's iterating over the keys. But why is it? Okay. Let's look at this way. Object.keys a dot map function key So what the heck is happening there? Because it works here. Let me b equals. Let me put this in here. Return key, comma, a key. Right? And then that's B. So then why? Why the hell is it mangling it there? Could it be, let's see. Let me try this. Let me take out that. Okay, so then B is that, and then B is that. Wait a minute. Is it because... Okay, now I'm stringifying it. So when it gets there correctly, but then it's mangling it here. Is it because I did this? It can't be that. I need just a general reset. Okay. No. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong here. For some reason, it's interpreting this. I feel dumb. It's a string. It wasn't being processed as JSON. It was being processed as a string. Yep. There we go. Now the leaderboard is updating properly. All right. Let's see what the next question is, and I will answer that one. Cool. Oh, I know why it's not catching the game over, because I changed it. Changed it to, it needs to be, starts with game over. And then I need to do the same thing that I'm doing here. The username is what comes after. And game over screen, winner. Username. Cool. That should now show properly. So now we need to write the logic to get the winner. Oh yeah, right now it says nobody. Let's test that just to make sure. Just to make sure. Huh. Doesn't seem to be listening. What did I break? Oops. There we go. Cool. All right, you like those answers? Now let's see if it gives us the game over screen properly. It should say nobody, even though I'm clearly the winner. Come on. I guess I could probably lower that time between rounds. Well, this is for testing. Cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Let's make winner nobody. Let's make that bigger. How we'll wrap it in a style. Let's see. Okay, we want their dollar amount too. We'll return that. Okay. Yeah, because we want a value only if, okay, we'll return that as text. Yeah. Okay, and then the winner class or ID we'll say font size is let's go with 4VW. It's also change that around a little bit. The font size. Let's give it a golden color. I mean, it's kind of brownish on that background there. It's kind of brownish. but that's fine. Or should we make the font color that? In the background, another one. We'll go with that. And we'll say padding of, we'll do 10 pixels as well. Cool. All right, so the winner should stand out now. And here, all right. All right, so for this, we just need to find, I don't even need to sort, I just need to find. Hey, I didn't even remember that I put the. Oh, that when you put emotes in, it automatically bounces around. That was a Weird Al song I lost on Jeopardy, right? Thanks, the Boxy Bear, for reminding me of that. Yeah, that was a fun little, fun one. Let's see. Okay. So I just want to get the maximum. Should I just copy this? Steal it? Let's just try that. I hate copying and pasting. It's always badly formatted and ugh. Okay. This is going to be a leaderboard. We'll say yeah, so what I'm doing is I have a leaderboard that's just a dictionary. It consists of user one and their score, and user two and their score, and all this should do is give me the key, the dictionary key of whoever has the highest. So yeah, this will work because this gets the index of it. Yeah. So we'll say, well, first off, we need to see if there is anyone in the leaderboard. I may pull it out if I need to, but I mean, this is already in its own function, and it's fairly straightforward. So I'm gonna do it like this. So let's do. Okay, so we need to check if leaderboard It's just if leaderboard, if there's anything in it. Does that evaluate to... Let's check something. So if I have A equals an empty dictionary, actually, yeah, it's an empty dictionary. So if A so it is defined, it does exist, so it's true. How do you test for an empty dictionary? Wait, oh wait, no. Is empty. Is it? Okay. Oh. Object keys A. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. So check to see if the leaderboard has a length of 0. And return nobody as the winner. Otherwise, do this stuff and return. We're going to return the user. We're going to return the index. And the max should be their points. Easy enough. All right. So the Boxy Bear, you want to help me test this out? Let's play some Jeopardy. I'm getting tired. I'm having trouble spelling Jeopardy. All right, and the answer, of course, is on the screen, so it's easy to see. 25. So there we go. And next question. Number, please. Slang for a piano? Oh. For the number of keys it has. 88. And of course, I'm cheating because I get to see the answers. And right now, anyone watching gets to see the answers. It's in the log in the bottom left there. So now we're going to test the in-game screen. Nice. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, let's have some fun with it. So first off, the time between rounds, it's set to 30 seconds. That's fine. That gives us a chance to kind of chat during those times. And the client is where the amount of time it takes us to answer the question is set. So let's increase that to 3 minutes. And all right, here's where I'm going to get a little fun. I'm going to kill the server here. Yeah. I'm going to bring up the Jeopardy game board here. Let's do, does F11 bring it full screen? Ah, look at that, full screen. And then I'm going to, on my other screen where you can't see, start the server. I don't mind that. It's telling me that the connection to the server was lost, but it's still showing the game over screen. That's not bad. All right. So who's ready to play? Should we play some Jeopardy? This could be kind of fun. And here we go. Categories television. It's 100 points. Fantasy Island character known for the immortal line, the plane, the plane. No one? So I set a time of 3 minutes. And I'm just waiting to see if my wife is going to join me here. And no idea. That's not the correct answer, babe. I thought you watched Fantasy Island. I thought you knew these kind of answers. there's 2 questions. We'll see if maybe you get the next one right. How's that? The funny thing is it's comparing your answer, or it's comparing what you said in chat as your answer. It's taking that as an answer. So the correct answer was tattoo. Let me guess. You're going like, I knew that. How does it look on the screen? Is it? I realize the leaderboard is kind of small looking. This should be easy. Familiar phrases. This is 200 points. Loose lips do this was a World War II catchphrase about defense plant workers watching their tongues. You have a guess at this one? I'll give you a hint. It rhymes. Or are you telling me to die? Is that a veiled threat? This is good because it's given me a chance to see how this reacts to incorrect inputs. And currently, I'm not checking to see if it's like the wrong, or if you've taken too many guesses, it's going to let you guess as many times as you want. I have a feeling this is one of those that once you see the answer, you're going to be like, oh, of course that's what it is. I knew that. I completely forgot I had that enabled until the Boxy Bear came in and said, I lost on Jeopardy. Yeah, baby. Which is about to be you. Losing on Jeopardy. 30 seconds. I do see something here, though. It is the emote is actually just a word, and it's actually comparing that against the actual answer. So the correct answer was sink ships. Loose lips sink ships. Come on, you knew that. You had to have known that. There we go. And it's exactly like I planned. The winner was nobody because nobody got it right. Okay, let me try upping it a little bit. So let me take it out of full screen here, move it over. I'm going to change, I'm going to keep the time limit the same, but let's change, not in here. I don't have the number of questions set. Oh. Yeah, it's because I have it hard coded here. So, all right, I'm going to take out the 2. This is going to be 5 questions. I'm going to start it again. Okay, let me restart it. Refresh. And here we go. Transportation is the category for 200. So it's a pretty easy question. Charlton Heston was on track with it in Ben-Hur. Got it. A chariot. Nice. You're on the board with 200. Oh, yeah, and you don't get points taken away for wrong answers. So it's not like the real Jeopardy. But they're the actual questions from Jeopardy, so the real questions. Okay, this is people. 100 points, so this is pretty easy, right? With plans uncertain, he told his E Street band that they could pursue other projects. No, shit is not the right answer. Building this has made me realize how bad I am at Jeopardy. That's funny. You're going to kick yourself when you see the answer. Nice. You Googled that, didn't you? You cheated. You know what's funny is this music doesn't fit Jeopardy at all. Which, come to think of it, Jeopardy doesn't have music except for like in between commercials or when it first comes on. Quotations. July 21st, 1969, newspapers quoted his "The Eagle has landed." You don't hear the music in the background? Maybe I do actually have it turned down too low this time. You're on the right track. And someone's calling me, so my camera just died. Dang it. Yeah. Here, I'm going to mute. All right, I'm back. So yeah, my sister calls me over Duo, I think, which is the Google video chat thing, and when that happens, it turns my camera off, and because I'm using on my phone. And since I'm using my phone as my camera, it kills my connection. So yeah, I talked to her real quick. Well, this is a harder question. It's 800 points. Founded in 1912, it's the Women's Zionist Organization of America. I don't even know this one. So I don't blame you if you don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that as well. Because if you don't know it, it's just impossible. So let's move that over to the side. I keep going to the wrong place, don't I? Okay. Oh, there you go. This is one you should be able to answer. The Old Testament was originally mostly written in Hebrew, with a few passages in this language. And I give you a hint. Your first guess is going to be wrong. Exactly like I was saying. Yeah. Okay. No, you're getting closer though. What you think?
That's cool.
So I've got, this is the full screen game that's showing there. And then I've got the answer here, but it's also showing me the the chat messages and stuff like that of what's going on. I still got regular chat here.
The only thing I know or understand about this is that I think the Bible part of it was written in Hebrew or something. That I
It says mostly written in Hebrew.
yeah. I think I should know the answer to this. Arabic, the one language that had the
Close. You'll actually, when the timer runs down, we'll actually get the correct answer. Almost. We're going to get the correct answer here. Aramaic. It's Joseph of Arimathea.
What does that language look like? Like the writing? Is it like?
It's kind of similar to like Greek or something like that, probably.
I remember I went to one of Truman's Hebrew classes a long time ago.
Well, you still won.
Here, I'll charge on me.
You're gonna play too?
Sure, why not?
Go for it. All right. A new challenger is going to be entering. All right. Let me. What do I need to do to. Oh, okay. So that's either Willow has taken over the tablet. Are we ready to start? Oh, okay. So we oh, that's what that is. Gotcha. Hey, that's a good idea. We could totally add like something like that where when you win that happens. So it's going to be 2 minutes now for each question. And here we go. Museums for 200. The Museum of the Chinese Revolution in Beijing is located on this famous square. There's going to be 5 questions, by the way. And no, it's not Frank or Z. You're actually right. Try adding the word square because your spelling is wrong. But it should, if you put square after it, it should register that you got the right answer. There you go. Nice. Good job. You're too late. She already got it. Good job. That was kind of not that easy to get. Science and nature for 100. So possibly easy one. Surprisingly, the smooth, soft shell species of this reptile is said to be able to run as fast as a man. Willow's got this one right. Darby Allen likes these. I like turtles. Just a few seconds too late, unfortunately. Looks like Mom got it before you did. I'm curious, though. That probably would have matched. That probably would have been accepted as an answer. Annual events. This was first celebrated as a legal holiday in January 1986. This could be fun to see how many possible holidays you guys might guess. I'll give you a clue. There are streets named after this person. I mean, there are Christmas Street, Santa Lane, but we were celebrating that long before then. There you go. Good job. Are you able to see the leaderboard? Is it too small? On my screen, it looks really small. And I assume if it's small for me, it's small for you. Gracias is Spanish for thank you, and this phrase means thank you very much. Okay, cool. Now, the hard part of this is spelling it right. Now that I've done this full screen and I see how everything scales, I can scale up the leaderboard. Hey, close enough? I like that the chat is here so you can see what people type, but then you can also see what the actual correct answer is. That way you can compare. And the chat is actually a little in the way for me, so I'm going to move it over a little bit. The National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. is part of this museum complex. This one should be easy. Maybe if I put the chat over here. Is that better? Nice. Quick with the answer. Good job. See, sometimes you get easy answers or answers that you know, and then sometimes it's kind of like, day to day when watching Jeopardy, it's all over the place. Sometimes you know the answers to things, and sometimes you don't. Nice. Yeah, that went a lot faster with 2 minutes. Cool. Do you guys want to try again? All right, cool. Oh, I've got my headphones on. I can't hear anything. Here we go. All right. For 500 museums, a Brussels Art and History Museum has a giant statue from this Chilean island on exhibit. Oh, this was in one of your guesses earlier, Willow, when you were guessing holidays. In with the answer. Nice. Yeah, they have the big moai, the big giant stone heads. All right, in 1589, Boris Godunov got this country's Orthodox Church recognized as an independent patriarchy. Patriarchate? Sure. This one, I have a clue, a hint. It's in the name Boris. That's your clue. Yep, exactly. Boris is a very, very Russian sounding name. Boston. I love it. 1589. That would have been a couple hundred years before Boston was even discovered. Off, oh, of to the waist, hips, or knees, the length of a man's frock coat. This is fashion. Okay, this one you guys can just guess. It's to the waist, to the hips, or to the knees. It's multiple choice. It's one of those three. Come on, Willow, you got this. Or here comes mom to snipe. I don't either. I could even tell you what a frock coat is. Ask your mother. It was to the knees. Oh, excuse me. Museums for 1,000. This New York City museum opened a museum in Las Vegas in partnership with Russia's Hermitage. Uh-oh. The stream dropped for a second. There we go. Looks like we're back up again. Oh, I need to tell it to ignore my restream bot too. It's not the Met. It's a probably a person's name. I don't know what else I can hint without giving much away. I just realized I need to add the question number that we're on. Like question 5 of 5 or 4 of 5 or something like that. That'd be handy to know. You have the right letter. It was the Guggenheim. Yeah, I wouldn't have got that one. I don't know much about museums though, so that would be why I wouldn't have got that one. Ooh, movies. Ernest Borgnine and Patty Chayefsky both won Oscars for this 1995 movie about a Bronx butcher. I figured you knew that. Helheim, yes. Making me want to play God of War again. These are questions that were actually on Jeopardy. I'm getting them from the internet. So when I start a new game, it goes out and gets the latest questions. I need to add that in. It actually shows the date. Ernest Borgnine is they're hard for a lot of people. They're really hard for me. Ernest Borgnine is Mermaid Man from SpongeBob. Evil. So that tells you how long. This is 1955. I'm not even sure Sweeney Todd was a thing at that point. I don't know much about Sweeney Todd though, so. The correct answer was Marty. I've never heard that one. Butler, not a butcher. That's funny. Oh. cool. I got a trophy for receiving 100 messages today. Okay, whatever. Lily Anderin winning with 900 points. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, that's the game. It plays okay. Whoops, I didn't hit that button. Yeah, so there, you know, I could probably do with turning off the chat messages that come over. But all in all, that was kind of fun. Yeah, and I'll increase the leaderboard size, font size. Let's make it. Let's test. I can actually do that live here. Leaderboard font size. We'll make it 2 EM. And that way, when it's in full screen, yeah, that's better. Much better. Yeah, okay. Nice. So you can't customize the questions currently because it's just pulling from a database of Jeopardy questions. So I'd like to try and get try to make it so that you can customize the questions. I tell you what, that will be on my roadmap of things to do. Super Meat Boy. Something that we could do in the future would be to make it where you can alter the questions. I've already got a web server here. I've got everything set up, ready to go to be able to put together your own questions. So I don't see why you couldn't. I just have to write an API that behaves similar to the Jeopardy one, and it'll plug and play right into it. So that would be kind of fun. Yeah. So the winner thing looks good. I would like to be able to when it says, when you come up with the winner, I'd like to have it do like a fanfare, confetti or something coming down. That'd be a good idea. Maybe I'll implement that soon. But yeah, so oh yeah, we made the leaderboard. We made it 2, right? And that seemed to be good. Let's see what else am I. Oh yeah, I need to program the ability to start a new game without having to restart the server and then refresh the web page. That's something that can be done though. Yeah. So that was pretty good. Pretty good for a end of the day stream. So I will. I'm gonna sanitize this, take out any references to myself, my user account and things like that, and then I will upload it to GitHub for anyone to be able to pull down and make changes if they want, or to use it if they want. on their own streams. It's kind of fun, and I'll probably, once I get it kind of working a little better, I'll post it up to some places, Reddit and things like that. And back to the guy that made the Jeopardy API service. I'd like to be able to give back to him. Holy cow! Look at that. Nice one, Willow. It's not going to add any of those other ones that you, once you threw in the one long bunch of them, it shoots those out to the screen. But anymore, it doesn't. It doesn't do. Now you're just trying to muck up my chat, aren't you? Let's have it bounce around on my desktop there. Cool. Okay, well, I think I'm going to call it there for the night. That was kind of fun. There were some nice little bits and bobs. So yeah, cool. So I saw some other people doing this whole rating other channels. So let's give that a go. You guys don't have to stick around for it, but I'm going to open up a new window over my other screen. And I figure rating might be kind of fun. Let's see. Let's do. Right, I think I've got a victim in mind. I mean, person in mind here. I develop things. Let's go raid him. How do I get to my stream manager? There we go. All right. I don't know how this works.